Mic check. ABC. 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. It is cold today. We are at a brisk 6 degrees Fahrenheit. We are so glad that we have very cold temperatures here going on right now. So, yeah.
Connection.
Chat is disconnected. What's going on here? Gotta fix this chat first. Oh, that's what happened. Let's see what happened here. Looking to see if some stuff got messed up or not. We'll get started and we'll see if it works. Let's get going here to the other screen. So for most, today is a bank holiday. Should see some pretty London session would have been the session to trade, as we can see in the background here. We had, and let's make sure I get my bearings straight. I have to reset this data ever since NinjaTrader data centers went down. I have to reset all my drawings here. So give me a moment here. Looks like there is no. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see. And where is this end? Closed at 16,955. So this is a 16,955 closure. And then this is an open of 16,962. Exact number. Perfect. Okay, so we've got our new week opening gap here. Let me also update Asia's range as well. Okay. So Asia's range kind of goes up to roughly here. And let me go fix that. So I'm just putting in the Asia's range right now, so I can see what price is done today. All right, so we, of course, we can see how price has booked since the new week opening gap. We can see that we've got sell side liquidity waiting below us. We have a movement up first, a wick back above the relative equal high there, or rather the rejection block there. Displacement lower, movement higher, but not quite into, only into that mitigation block, and then continuation to movement lower now before and below the week opening gap. So I'm thinking that we're looking to see if the daily, if we see the daily chart. So this is the daily chart here. Remember, we have this buy side imbalance beneath us, right? It's quite a bit further down, but that is something that we were looking to see if we get a retrace down there first, and so that we potentially head down into discount and then see if we see a huge displacement lower or if we see us bounce up from there. So That's what we're looking at. That's still true today. We have some buy side liquidity waiting for us, right? So on the 4-hour, we have this short-term high buy side liquidity. We have yesterday's high buy side liquidity. This candle's high right there. And on the sell side, we have equally, we can make the case for an equally juicy move to the downside with this previous day's low and a weekly BISI high around that area, as well as the daily short-term low sell side liquidity combined. So we have both of those on our charts and are going to be watching those today. Let me take a look at something as well. As I had mentioned, one thing for those who are looking, one thing I want to make, I guess, like make you aware of is that ICT has already released an idea of how to study his concepts. So if you go to his YouTube, Michael's released that already. So for those that are new and want to know how to go about studying Inner Circle Trader, well, that's how you do it, you know? Let me get my midnight open line here as well. Midnight open is 16988.50. 16988.50. Okay, so we are, let's see, below our midnight open today. We know that the day is only working until about 1 o'clock today. And with London, you've retained that movement upwards to a previous new week opening gap. So when you have two new week opening gaps really close to each other, chances are we're going to ping pong between them for a little bit at least. So that is something to consider on specifically on today, where there's very low, we expect very low volume. So notice now we are seeing that price is just kind of like waiting at the new week opening gap low. We could see a little bit of a sell-off this week. I don't know if we're going to see a sell-off until the end of January. I would be kind of surprised if that happened, but I guess not so surprised. Hey, Kirk. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing, buddy? Did you have a good weekend? Let's see. Hopefully you did. There's not really much happening right now. Somebody just knocked on the door. Hold on, let me check something. Give me 1 second here. Knock on the door. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, today we don't really expect too much. I mean, now that we've traded below the new week opening gap and bounced off of that, I'm looking to see if we see displacement below. Let me drop a couple of other lines down here. So we've already headed below these relative equal lows here, right? So this was sell side liquidity from London. I guess I could just take one of these lines. So this was London's low here. That was sell side liquidity. So we've already taken sell side liquidity out. And see Easy, surprised to see you today, man. It's a US holiday, so no trading at all today or tomorrow in New York AM sessions, remember? Yeah, I think that you know, the trading is worse on these days, but that doesn't prevent me from reading price action, right? See Easy? Would you agree with that? I think today we were planning on reading price action for the most part. If there's a play, and I've taken plays on these days, but usually, I mean, look at London. London's London was a beautiful trade up into this fair value gap up there. In fact, there was a you could have traded this 5-minute fair value gap. I think the 1-minute fair value gap was beautiful because there's let me see if I can blow this up here. This was fantastic because we saw a rejection off of an old new week opening gap high. We saw displacement on the 1 minute below this, return back here, and this traded down about 10 handles here. You could have extracted about 20 handles actually. And then it heads back up into that SIBI and gives you another 30 or 40 handles down there. So that was a pretty good morning session if you were awake to trade that session. But now being in the AM New York session, I don't know if there's going to be quite as much to trade. But we're going to go through our process. Yeah. See Easy. Oh yeah, practice makes perfect for sure. Yeah, absolutely. So one thing to note for future holidays is when you see an Asia session move like this, you can look to see if there's anything and maybe stay up during London. London, we had a pretty, I mean, look at that range, 1720 down to the, roughly around 1750 now. So look at that. So we're seeing some evidence of price heading lower. We're seeing some displacement, but that's getting bought up really quickly as well. We just dropped below Asia's range low. And let me make sure I have Asia's range low correctly because that is a little bit off. There we go. So we traded to the very bottom of Asia's low right now, right? So far we're below midnight opening price. Previous days were an inside candle here. So when we start to see expansion on one of these sides, it's going to be a pretty big expansion, I think. So, but as you can kind of see how on the daily chart, it's really just been a few candles here, right? A giant, large candle on the 11th, smaller inside candle on the 12th. So we want to see expansion, and we want to see what direction it's going to start expanding, because we could just keep on seeing a few candles until CPI or until unemployment claims Thursday. But let's see what we can find today. If there's anything that we can see that looks good, that would be a far cry, because it's a Monday. We don't have enough data, right? We don't know which way the weekly expansion is going to go. Looking at the weekly chart, well, you know what happened last week. We pretty much gave up all the losses, all the retracement here. We pretty much won it all back, and then some, right? You can see that previous week has created a higher high than this week, and it created a higher low. So on the weekly chart, there's a new short-term low right here, and I pointed that out last night, right? Excuse me, and Johnny, I gotta go. I don't want to even see a chart till Wednesday. Yeah, no, that's good idea, CEG. Don't tempt yourself. Thank you for hopping in. Good to see you, brother. Um, Till later. Peace out. Have a good one. See you easy. Yeah, good. You can see. Look at that. That's See Easy's got some really good discipline there. He doesn't want to be tempted, and he's really staying strong to just not tempting himself to go any further. So today, I mean, you can look at these charts here. They're they're lower probability. So on the monthly chart, we haven't risen above that area yet. On Let's see what E-mini is doing. So E-mini on the daily chart is also faltering in the middle of this range. So again, you don't have direction yet, so you're not going to really be able to see much, right? What about on the Dow? Same thing. Last week, look at these weekly expansions and then what happened these past couple of weeks on the Dow. Much less range there, right? On the daily, let's see. We haven't breached all-time highs yet, but this is what's happened on the Dow daily. Kind of gross there in this range. It's creating what's called a, I think this is going to be it's a strange consolidation before we get to this all-time high here on the Dow. So Nasdaq higher, a higher high to the left, lower high to the right, or sorry, on the Dow. On E-mini, same thing on a shorter time frame, but even longer time frame, much higher high to a potential lower high and relative equal highs as well. So there's a few things that can happen. As we mentioned last night, look at how price is reacting at that Asia low though. So it's manufacturing, relative equal lows down here. Can that be taken out? Yes, but you can kind of see how like trading on days like these, we would have looked to see if price would reject below here, but now seeing this type of signature here, I kind of want to see if we treat this displacement as a move higher to take out this area of liquidity up here next. That's what I'm going to be aiming for. There is a little liquidity right here too. Keep that in mind. Right there. So you want to see, does it react there? Say buy side liquidity. And of course, we want to mark out this whole area. We'll put it at this high here. This whole area. This is all relative equal highs, right? So that's something that I would look at. In fact, I would look at it even slightly below here, right? Maybe like right at that open. 16970.75. So that's what I would look to see us potentially run for. So now we see movement higher. And it's quite a bit of a nice little jump there, 45 to 55 to 65 within the span of a couple minutes there. So I think we're going to run for that relative equal high next. I would expect us to, rather, to take out that liquidity. That's only about 4 points. There's nothing really to scalp there, but we need to see what happens after this segment now. Let me go back to the daily chart here, or maybe the hourly chart. It'll be easier to see. There's no targets today. Intraday scalps only. Okay, so we have our hourly chart. We see we've got, this is a previous day's high. Keep our premium SIBI low. Idea here. Weekly BISI high down here. Yep. Down wick here on the daily. Sell side liquidity down way down here. So we should be aiming for this relative equal high next. And then remains to be seen what will happen since after then, okay? Let's see, from London. London generally fell. Because this is an abridged day, I mean, 6:41 in the morning. We'll see if there's any plays that can be made, but as you can see, we've reached that 5-minute rejection block here. So on the 1-minute chart, I kind of see low, high, lower, low. Typically this lower low would have taken out a sell stop, right? Oops, wrong side. So if I were to project, where this could go, it's already gone to where I would expect it to go from a swing projection perspective. Technically, there are also relative equal highs further up here, right around there. Yep. So these highs we can target potentially for today, and this sell side imbalance as well. We saw a failure swing. High, low, lower, high. It actually did take out this rejection block though, so I mean, you could take that. That's one of the other, I think there's one lesson that price traded above that rejection block there, where it ticked above the bodies of the candles there. So that could have counted as a little movement higher before heading lower. So as you can see, we took out this rejection block there and had our trading slightly lower for the time being. It's in this range now. There's nothing else to it. It's obviously within this greater dealing range. This is the, well, technically it's this range right this moment, but within this segment here, we have this range, which we are dealing in. And, well, let me see if I can make this a little bit more visible. Around here. Yeah, that works. So you can kind of see how we've traded below the 50%. We've traded all the way up, and then we retraced down to the 70% mark, came back up internally, traded down to the 50% mark. So we're still making higher highs here in general. Or I guess, sorry, higher lows here. I misspoke there. So, so right now, let me see if any of these match up. Maybe the 300 level here potentially could match up. Let's see. Make sure these are correct. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I could see us heading up to maybe this mark here, 16,985, if we are bullish, but again, this is just us tape reading on a day that is very low probability. We don't know what direction it's going to go yet, so we are just reading price and seeing what happens. All right, so on the minute chart, we of course get to see this BISI here. We rejected off of that rejection block. Notice that, right? Remember, I didn't take these relative equal highs. I took this rejection block on the 5-minute, which is also within this bearish order block. Now we traded to that bearish order block and traded lower already. So right now I'm looking to see if this displacement serves us well in that we've created more relative equal highs up here. Maybe we trade further down into this area, and perhaps we get to see, maybe we get to see something a little bit further down there. Hey, good morning, Void. Good morning, good morning. Doing well. We're just reading the tape, continuing to practice our craft, right? Let me see what this range is on the lower time frame. So let's see, is that the swing low to swing high? And let me show you what I'm looking at here. So basically what I'm wondering is I'm taking this swing low here, moving it to roughly this swing high, so 16,946-ish to 16,971-ish, around that area. And I'm looking to see 16,959 is roughly the midpoint there, right? So within that segment here, maybe it's easier to see down here. So we have this swing low here. If I can get it to this swing high here. I'm noting that there's this displacement above this short-term high. So I would like for us to see us trade lower into this segment here. More specifically, on the lower time frames, I see some stuff around here. But I do see there's fair value gaps below that as well, but that's one that I do see I'm potentially targeting. So we'll see how it trades around there. We'll see if it respects this area here within the new week opening gap. It does seem to be like it's traded twice to Asia's low So it's engineered relative equal lows there. It hasn't taken out those lows. Still could. In the New York session, it still could. Void, yes, sir. Keep the edge sharp. Yes, absolutely. And today I have to work as well, so but I think today's a holiday for most in my workspace, but not us. Unfortunately, we still have to work. Let me get rid of this fib here so we can see a little bit cleaner. So we see how we have Asia's range. London took out the buy side, came back down into Asia's range, and eventually post London we went back down to the low of Asia's range. So we've kept inside of this segment here. If we are bullish, then we would like to be buying anything below midnight open on a Monday like today. If we are bearish, well, anything that has that's above that midnight cyan line, we look to see if we want to take out these relative equal lows from Asia, we would look for price to head back up into this area here, bearish order block coupled with a sell side imbalance. We can take this sell side imbalance and maybe take a short idea here if we don't see it spike up all the way. Now, if it gets to the mean threshold of that, we abort the trade pretty much at that point in time because it could aim for these relative equal highs. Engineered during London session. Let's go to see how the dollar is reacting as well. So dollar, we are seeing it begin to head upwards a little bit. It's gone up for the most part and it's still within this consolidation. I do want to drag this out a bit more on the daily chart. I gave that a few more days. So we see it approaching the low of that daily volume imbalance here. I think that it could still keep doing that, right? It's weird because let's go to the minute chart here on the daily, or on the dollar. So we can see how on the minute chart, see how far it goes. We can see how we're in the middle between these two here. So let me see what this was here. I think I had just drawn that as a range. We don't, I'm going to take that off so that we can see the true volume imbalance. Okay, so above us, of course, the volume imbalance, right? We saw us move back down into this region here. So low, high, lower, low, displacement above, bullish breaker, and then we headed upwards. So within this construct here, there's a good chance that dollar's at least going to come take out this relative equal high up here. Let's take a look at a 15-minute to get a better view. Again, we've stayed within this range for quite some time. So when dollar is consolidating like this, you can't really trust price to go in one direction or not. Do you work with CBDR range in your trading concepts? I don't. I saw how traders have incorporated that, specifically Forex traders have incorporated that, but I could never find similar ranges on the indices. So they, I tried, but it just wasn't something I could see easily. So I just didn't incorporate it into my game. But the good thing is if people can see it and they for sucking breeze line. All right, sorry about that. My internet was cut out because Breeze Line sucks. And okay, I should be back now. There we go. Okay, so again, dollars consolidating. So we should be back. So yeah, Void, I don't use the CBDR range in my trading, but that's not to say somebody else could see CBDR range and use it, though. You certainly could. Let's see what's going on with the 4-hour here. Again, we haven't been able to reach above this rejection block. We traded to the rejection block. We rejected. We've created higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So yeah, I find that to be pretty interesting. There's relative equal lows sell side on dollar waiting there to get taken. There haven't been really many lower lows on the grand scheme on the higher time frames. Let's look on the daily. Yeah, no lower lows on the daily, just short-term low here, higher short-term low here, potentially, and then here as well. So yeah, so far it's keeping within this range. I'd like to see us trade up into this volume imbalance, which would mean slightly lower in the first part of this week, slightly lower indices if we can get that. Let's look back at NASDAQ. Take a look here. So as you can see, price traded up to that buy side liquidity and is now trapping people who were late longs thinking it was going to break through this relative equal high here. I think it's going to consolidate for quite some time, but let's see. A little tired today. Didn't get too much sleep last night. All right. So we're starting to see us head back up. If we treat that bounce off of Asia's low, I would still like for us to return back to here, or maybe this stays open and we only return back down to this fair value gap that's up there, but that would not be in a discount. Void, how's the weather in your city? It's cold, man. It's about 6 degrees Fahrenheit. 6 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius is about 14. Oh no, minus 14 Celsius. So, a little chillier. How about you? You guys staying warm? Okay, look at that. We've reached back above exactly to where we just traded to and are still engineering those highs. So, there's a good chance that if it protects this low here, if we see it, that it could still head higher, at least up into that sell side imbalance during London session to head lower. Again, I think it's going to stay in a range today, but, you know, we'll see. Man, I need some water. Just need to replenish my water real quick. Fill in some. Gotta stay hydrated here. It's important. Trying to stay warm. 4 Celsius, minus 4 Celsius. Yeah, don't forget to hydrate. Exactly. I'll stay hydrated. Oh, one thing I noticed on my charts I need to shift as well. I need to make some updates to my real-time hour charts. So let's take a look at that. Real-time hour chart. This was yesterday's Friday's range. Today we have real-time hour chart starting roughly around there. We don't know where price is going to be yet, but it's right around here. So very minimal range. If we open up there, then so be it. I'll keep that there for the time being. Nothing exciting on the real-time hour chart right this moment. Everything's consolidating in a premium at this time. So we'll watch that, but we were not going to pay close attention to that yet. We need to see how price books from now until New York Open. Again, as I mentioned, I don't have a bias today. It's really in a weird range, in a dangerous range for people to be taking trades to one side or the other. There's in one side, there's the commercials who are hedging, very much so short positioning. They have quite a bit of short positioning. Let me see. Yeah, so far open interest has remained around 280, 270. While commercial traders reduced some of their short hedges last week. We'll have to see what this number prints because they are still at major lows. So, or major short positioning rather. Let's see. Do we still have volume in New York Open? It's a bank holiday. You'll have to see if we have volume during New York Open. There's definitely, you can still find trades that occur and still get in. Yeah, but there'll be less volatility in general during bank holidays. So you're likely not going to get huge, like you could get a huge run, but very less likely, right? You'll just note it, just watch, watch how price books. So we're heading down first. Okay. We have that buy side imbalance that we're watching. We want to see how we book there. If we can head down to that, then great. I would like to see us head down into that buy side imbalance a bit. Maybe the consequent encroachment of that potentially. So 7 o'clock. One thing to consider as well is that any movement. So keep in mind we've traded down to this fair value gap, here, and we've so far protected that. I think there's a little bit. I want to provide it room to head lower to this second fair value gap that we outlined here, but if it maintains that it only wanted to go down to this one and head higher, then that's a possibility, right? So it took out some sell side liquidity down here, traded to a buy side imbalance, and is starting to head back up as well. Again, it's only like, gosh, what is this? 70 to 60. So it's really only a 10-point range. And that's if you caught the maximum, like the peaks to the trough, right? So this isn't like high probability trading conditions, right? 68, roughly 68 to 62, 6 handles, right? So we're not taking any trades, nothing yet. Let's see what occurred. So it's reaching that relative equal high here. So this is actually traded to this buy side imbalance here and left this open. It's a breakaway gap. So we see us creeping up a little bit higher now. Okay. So our next target, of course, on the way up is this relative equal high up here. And we have previous day's high as consideration as well. Let's see if we head up there next. So whenever there's two fair value gaps, that's why ICT says target this one, but be prepared for it to go all the way down into this one here. I was targeting this one just because there's a bullish order block down there, but seems like it's going to turn into a breakaway gap potentially. I do see this volume imbalance down here, so I think price could head down here first. Yeah, I think that would be interesting if we do head down there. Let me look at the 5-minute. What would that be? 16.8. Pretty good moves. Looks like market maker buy model in the 1-minute. Oh, could be. Yeah, it's got a, I mean, that's quite a bit of consolidation there. It finished off pretty much this Asia run here. And yeah, it kind of does look like a market maker buy model. So I would see if it targets this 16,983 daily high. and potentially this sell side imbalance here on the hourly. I'd look to see if it heads up that way potentially. So yeah, we're seeing so we saw this original consolidation up here, right? So there's this consolidation box. So let's call it like this range roughly. And then we had this kind of rough range in return to that. And then of course this big one here, a break below it. And now we're starting to see some movement back here. And let's see where we head next, right? Let's see what we got here. Blow this up a little bit. See if we can see some more data here. So trade down here, expanded above, probably retrace a little bit, pick up some more orders here. On the 1 minute, we could see, let's see if I can do this correctly here. Tiny little volume imbalance down there. I would like to see if price can return back down there first. And I'd like to see this remain open. Okay, so we have price continuing to that upside target so far. It did not give us an entry down at that volume imbalance. So chances are we'll hit that 16,983.25 previous one of the previous days highs rather. Hey Karen, how are you doing today? Good morning. Hope you're having a great morning today. We're just reading some price right now and seeing how it books. Where are you all watching? Where are you all tuning in from? Where are you all watching from? Okay, so let's zoom in on the 1 minute here. It might be easier to do this actually. So we have a. Let's see if this'll hold here if it breaks down. California, Greg Falco, cool. Algeria, cool. That's awesome. Lil B, Austria, Karen. Do you have to go to work today or are you staying with us? I do have to work today, unfortunately. So I'll be with us here until, probably until about 9 o'clock Eastern at latest. So we'll see if there's anything that occurs at around 8:30 a.m. news. But yeah. Austria, yep, very cool. The land of the oak. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger used to run or still does run a Mr. Universe competition that that happens in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from. And there's a huge convention every single year for Mr. Universe. And yeah, tons of people come. It's a wild, like, fitness journey. It's so cool. Yeah. Mozart also. Yeah. Genius musician there. All right, so we're starting to close beneath that here. And I think maybe we could head down to pick up some more orders around that volume imbalance there. That's what I'm hoping to see. Yeah, Arnold is not an Australian. Okay, 5-minute charts, we're seeing a little busy here as well. So just note that. We have this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, volume imbalance in the middle of that. I'm not going to mark that out there, but I guess I can move this one. Let me see if it's not really a 1 minute. There's a 1 minute buy side imbalance here. Again, I don't want it to head all the way down to that other one. I prefer it not to do that, but keeping it as a possibility. Austria is in Europe, yes. Oh, no way. Lil B, you went to the same school as he did? That's pretty cool. I love Europe. Um, Europe is fantastic. Still have to visit Australia though. I'd love to go there. Johnny, are you from the US? I am, yes. I am from the US. I come from a state called Ohio. It's uh in the Middle East, or kind of like northeast part of United States. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of consolidation here. That's good. We like to see that. By another uh I think here we can certainly see us heading down here into this volume imbalance, picking up maybe some more orders around this consolidation area. I think that could be a possibility. Definitely. So you can kind of see how it was aiming down here. It traded down into this 5-minute buy side imbalance. Let me see if I can visualize that for everyone here. So there's a 5-minute imbalance here on the 5-minute chart. We still have outstanding liquidity and PD arrays to head up around these relative equal highs, which is where I think it's going to likely aim for. Given this structure here, we had this movement higher. So we have displacement, right? We took out a new week opening gap low, short-term high on the 5-minute, displacement higher, return back into the buy side imbalance here, further displacement higher, return back into the buy side imbalance here, and I would like to think that we're gonna at least head to the previous January 10th's high, maybe take out these relative equal highs here as well. So what is this high? 16984.75. Explains a lot. Let's do a meetup down under. Yeah. Let's box some kangaroos and get a few swigs. Come let me know. I'll take you around. Oh, success for you. Are you in Australia as well? That's pretty cool. Notice how we reacted. So this is previous day's close on the real-time hour chart. So let me see if I can make this a little bit clearer here. Yep, so oops. So that is close to previous day's close. I should make this a little more accurate. What's this close here? 16,972. Is that right? 16,972. And I can roughly drag that there as well. So that's on the real-time hour chart. Keep that there for now. And we might see us head down to that volume imbalance and pick up some more orders, or we might just see it continue to bounce off the top of that buy side imbalance here. 16,973.50 is the high on that, and the low on that is 16,968.25. So let's make that exact, get a little more accurate there. So we're seeing buys come in around that time, but we're also seeing, corresponding sells pair off there. Sydney, Australia. Cool. Yeah, I've always wanted to see that Sydney Opera House. Seems like a fun area to go to, Okay, I want to see if we can head down into that volume imbalance, maybe pick up some orders there. That's what I would expect, rather. Maybe a wick down there and then back into this consolidation area. Could be a possibility. Again, we want to see this remain as a breakaway gap if at all possible. We don't want to see price trade back down into this area here. Okay. So nice reaction at that 5-minute SIBI. So what was that low? 16,973.50. And what is this low? 16,973.50. So, yep. So looks like price is likely to head up to take out, at least aim for this sell side imbalance. That would be the nearest draw on liquidity for me, because we've taken and bounced this relative equal low, the Asia low, sorry, the Asia low. Karen, today I'm mostly gonna be reading and tape reading, but not to say I won't take a trade, but I'm not going to for most people, trading on days like these, you'll hear this from ICT as well, Michael Huddleston. Trading on days like these is very low volatility. You're not gonna get those very lower chance that you're gonna get the big moves on a holiday week, but there are still trades to be made. As you can see here, I've outlined market structure here. Void pointed out that it was a market maker buy model on, we're in the midst, we finished a market maker sell model, right? There's a consolidation around here. We traded down to that. And now we're seeing displacement to head a little bit higher, right? So we see a little bit of a structure here where it's a potential market maker buy model. It could be only this trade down back to this. That could be it. And they could head even lower. Or it could trade all the way up back up to this PD array up here. We don't know yet. It's lower probability, so we're mostly going to be tape reading today. If I see something really good, I might take it, but trying to stay nimble today. But if I'm outlining something, chances are that would be a trade that I would potentially have taken. I will not today, because I want people to develop good discipline. I'm not going to, even if I do take a trade, I'm not going to telegraph it, because I don't want people to get in late based off of something that I see and try to catch something when a day like this on a consolidating dollar index, it could fail any one of these. It doesn't have to run for this liquidity. It could just fail and aim for a completely opposite side of liquidity. It's very possible. Yeah. So it's just tape reading, looking at really specific PD arrays, seeing how price has reacted at those PD arrays, like that 5-minute buy side imbalance there, for example. Noting that how we reacted from there, creating higher highs, right? Noting how price is reacting at those, how we did not trade into that volume imbalance yet on the 1-minute chart, and noting how there's relative equal highs waiting for us right here. Also, on the 1 hour, noting that at that high of 16,985, we've got a sell side imbalance on the hourly that we could trade up to. So again, all those in confluence with each other, and then looking at this being a potential bullish order block, seeing how this 5-minute candle closes. It could potentially be a bullish order block there. So we'll have to see. It depends on how price books here. On the 1 minute, price is traded down into a down close candle. No guarantee, again, there's no guarantee that it's going to aim for these relative equal highs, but I do see these relative equal highs here as a potential draw on liquidity. We've already taken out this relative equal highs here, and we've displaced above it. So I think that there's possibility for us to take this, maybe consolidate, and then head back up to take these relative equal highs out next. I am curious to see if it's going to come down to pick up any orders in this volume imbalance here. It's 1 minute volume imbalance. Let me draw this buy side imbalance out over time though. It'll be a little bit nicer. Let's draw this out to 11 o'clock a.m. today. If you're not done trading by 11 a.m., you will probably see, oops. You'll probably see why it's probably not a fantastic time to trade. 11 a.m. That's 10 a.m., not 11 a.m. Okay, so again, we know that this was a previous area of potential liquidity. We've already traded above it, so I'm going to remove this one for now. Same with this. We traded to it and above it, so I'm going to remove that one. Actually, we'll make new ones rather. So we traded above this whole area of liquidity here, are heading down to that volume imbalance next. And so what will that do? That'll take out sell stops here, right? It should be able to get down there. It'll take out sell stops here, and it'll allow smart money to get long in this area here. There we go. So we traded down to that volume imbalance as expected. So that would have been a potential additional entry if you were thinking about going long, with your target being that relative equal high that we mentioned earlier this morning. One thing I would like to also point out is so far, if you look at the an opening range drop, so we dropped lower first, right? We haven't created a true lower low than that low just yet. So even this low created relative equal lows in Asia. So either these relative equal lows will serve as movement lower to take those out and head lower, or it will serve as something where they drive all the way back down, take out sell stops, and then head upwards. That could be a possibility as well. Immediate liquidity, like the closest one, in my opinion, because we took out these sell stops already and we're unable to take out these sell stops, immediate liquidity to me still resides above these relative equal highs. So heading down through that volume imbalance once more to pick up some more orders. And down into this fair value gap down here too. Again, we would prefer to see this fair value gap remain open if at all possible. See if I can do black solid line. Doesn't look like we'll get our breakaway gap to remain open, but let's see. Dusko, good morning, good morning. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here, man. So we're seeing us collect some more orders around there. We're seeing us trade down into this fair value gap now, and we're not seeing it remain open. So this doesn't sound like it's gonna stay open here. If it breaks below here, well, we'll have to see how price ends up then. Because this is the last little fair value gap I would expect for price to have a shot at trading higher. So we're seeing it trade lower right now. This down close candle, consequent encroachment here, about 16,964. That would be the last shot for people to really make a concerted bounce higher, if it's going to, of course. Okay, that's a nice little squeeze upwards. Don't know if that's just to squeeze out late shorts for us to head lower or not, but I guess we'll find out. Let's see. Success for you. There's a nice equal highs on the 1 minute time frame. Yeah. Now we have relative equal highs awaiting right here that just got engineered, right? So there's relative equal highs in New York session here. We have relative equal highs sitting right above there as well. And we have a previous daily high waiting, 110. So remember, this was January 10th's high, 3 days ago. It's high as a potential, right? I'm just keeping that there because it's close by. Oops, forgot to log into my work laptop. Nice equal high. Yep. So nice delivery there to that lower fair value gap. I think that this is a nice fair value gap because there's a bullish order block here, right? These two upload candles give us that bullish order block combined with this buy side imbalance here. And we're seeing that the 5 minute candle kind of just wicked down there to pick up some orders and is probably engineering. So you can kind of see that these highs here are being, there's relative equal highs here, relative equal highs here. So now there's a liquidity pool above both of those, right? So we'll wait and see if we can find our movement there. We'll wait to see if we can see our movement. Let's see. Yeah, kind of key that we traded down into this down close candle coupled with this buy side imbalance. Now, this is in a premium of this little consolidation that we're in, of course. So still not guaranteed that we'll take out buy side liquidity there. But that is where my eyes are currently being drawn to. So we'll see if we, what time is it? 7:41. So look to, the next thing that we're going to look to is a range roughly in this area. This should tell us. So let me see if I can get my text here. 750 to 810 macro. So within this range here, let me see if I can also make it easier to see. Maybe if I do a vertical line here. Oops. Let's make it, oh, what's a line? What's a good old color we don't care about? Let's make it like very opaque line. You still see that roughly? Yeah. So this time range is going to give us an idea of where price is going to go next. We'll see if we can find a macro there. I am IPTA Trader. Good morning. This is a market maker. Oh, this is I am market maker X model. Changed my name. 1 hour balanced price range. Draw on liquidity as of now. From my side. Cool. Yeah, this whole area has been traded through. But still we're trading down into that buy side imbalance, and we're not immediately seeing movement higher. So it could just fail here at this time. It could just not run for those. We took out buy side liquidity with that run up there. So where is sell side liquidity? Well, it's currently residing below here. And it's and below here, of course, as well. Okay. Price dug down into that buy side imbalance once more. And let me maybe shift these over a little bit so I can remove these lines and put the 5 minute, change that down to the 1 minute buy side imbalance so it's easier to see. There we go. Okay, so now we've closed down and through that in the 1 minute chart. So there's a good chance it's going to start to continue lower here. Yep, that's why we're tape reading. We want to be very careful about this type of price action. So as you can see, we took out sell side liquidity there and really just spanked a lot of the weak longs that went long around here. And let's see if we start to get displacement above this area here. That's what we want to look for, right? So it took out sell side liquidity. We're seeing displacement higher and relative equal highs here. Relative equal highs here. So again, we're looking for 16,982 to get broken through, and then 16,984.75 if we can get there, of course. So we so that just squeezed out a lot of late shorts there. So it took out this small little sell side here. So it could still head short. It could still definitely head short. There's no guarantee right now. But these areas to go along were based off of market structure as it formed during Asia, during weekly open and Asia and London retracements, right? And knowing that there is, in this dealing range, noting that from this swing high to this swing low, let me see if I can draw this out here. Maybe it'll be a little easier to see. That retracement to what would allow us to get to that midpoint, right? So if this is roughly here, and this is roughly at the low, let's see if I can get this correctly. Where does that put the midpoint, right? What is this here? It's a sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency on the hourly chart. So if we're going to head lower, this high 16,985, I think that is almost exactly where equilibrium lies. So that's why I have an idea that we can head up there, maybe peak up there, and then potentially continue London's downswing. I think that's what I think could occur today. We're still in the inside range of this whole segment here, and we had an inside day, meaning the highs and lows traded within the price range of the previous day's highs and lows. So price is constricting and consolidating quite a bit here. Oops. All right, so now we're in this little 750 to 810 macro time frame. So this will give us some insight into which direction it wants to go soon. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a sign, a little nibble to see. Lael, yo, good to see you. Horrible PA as expected. I mean, this is what I mentioned. It's horrible PA. It's bank holiday. Volatility's down. People are getting stopped out left and right, as you can see. People, prices returning to fair value gaps frequently and not giving a lot of people chances to really hit a nice expansion. So lots of things that are difficult about today. Actually, London's high up here happens to be a relative equal high as well. Put that roughly at that high. So let me get rid of this hourly fib because it's a little bit distracting there. Okay, so couple things to point out here. Short-term low on the 5-minute, short-term low on the 5-minute, short-term low on the 15-minute. Other 15-minute hasn't finished working yet. It could still head down here and take out all this stuff down here too. Very, very possible. What is the fuchsia line? So Karen, so that line is on the, if you go to, so what you see in the back is real time. This chart is called a real-time hour chart. This chart looks only at the price action from 4:30 p.m. the previous day to, or sorry, 4 p.m. the previous day to 9:30 a.m. open. So this is a typical that's the 4 p.m. close of the previous day, which was Friday's close, right? I typically look for the open of the next day at 9:30 a.m. compared to that 4 p.m. close in the previous day. It's another chart that I look at, and that's how I can guide you and say, hey, look at these areas of liquidity voids that are going to be targeted. Look at the gap that we're going to likely trade down to. Look at the gap that we're likely going to trade down to, right? Today, we're really close to that open, so there's no gap there available. Nothing's really there. So there's nothing really to focus on in that area. Not currently, at least. Let's see, exotics for me till we break off of that range. Dollar index, do you trade Forex? No, Lael, I don't trade Forex. Maybe someday in the future, though. I would love to. It seems like a really fun pairing, especially because you can really make use of interest rates, dollar index correlations, futures contracts, as well as the pair itself, and kind of like see how they all interconnect. I think it's really fun to look at. But someday, definitely someday. So really next, all that's really going to be next is we wait until 8:30 a.m. open. So longs are getting wrecked here. Shorts are getting wrecked. Really difficult to read here. Let me see if there's anything else that we might have missed. Of course, this short-term low here, this is a minute buy-side imbalance. Obviously, there's one below us here as well. So here, this movement lower We're seeing sell side taken. We saw buy side taken. Let's see if we see sell side taken again, potentially. Yeah, let's see what dollar has pretty much gotten to a consolidation zone since the rise during London. It hasn't been able to drop lower yet. Dollar is consolidating in that range. And it looks like indices just took out sell side once more. And are potentially heading lower. Maybe they'll aim for these relative equal lows down here. I wonder. It does seem like it's selling off here. It would have to really protect this area if I'd be really curious if it's going to protect this area or continue to just drop. So as you can see, it engineered some relative equal highs here and is heading down into a area of discount here. So it took out sell stops currently. And is hovering around a previous buy side imbalance. But sell stops do continue to be taken. So it's something to keep in mind. We are at the old new week opening, or the new week opening gap high as well. And it's having a difficult time here. So good chance that it'll just continue lower. Let's see. If it does continue to break through to the downside, there's a good chance it will aim for and potentially either aim for Asia's highs, or sorry, Asia's lows. You see those relative equal lows waiting there. I wonder if it will do that instead. But there is quite a bit of sell side action currently. And very, very much so relative equal lows at Asia's lows, right? These are exact lows, so there's a good chance those are going to be wiped out. So we're heading down into this segment now of price action. This is probably the last bit of discount buy side imbalance that could be used. It'll be really important to see how it reacts at the new week opening gap low. Because if we see it break through that and then jump off of that as a kind of like jumping off point to continue lower, then it should end up happening and taking out the relative equal lows at Asia's low. Hey, good morning, Bentar. See what else we have here. What time of day is it? 8:02. Make this a little bit more perfect here. All right, seeing a little bit of a bounce here, but very slightly. We'll see how it reacts at the top of the new week opening gap. It traded up to a 1 minute bearish order block there. So if we see displacement above this short-term high, and it has to be like displacement, then there's a chance that it heads higher. But we continue to watch. It was sold off quite a bit there. And there's relative equal lows on Asia. So we'll have to see. So we continue to watch. We see that it traded down into the midpoint, consequent encroachment of this from this low to this high here. So we traded down almost to the 50% mark there and are currently on our way back down. So we'll see if price continues lower, or if we see that price wants to protect and hold that area, then we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's just going to consolidate here for a little bit. It did take out sell side liquidity here into a buy side imbalance, which also has a bullish order block set of down close candles on the 5-minute chart. On the 15-minute chart, we're within this kind of like consolidation, so nothing super high probability there. 5-minute chart, we're seeing a little bit of a retracement, but nothing that screams displacement yet, right? Oops, what did I just do? . Okay, so let's see if this continues higher, then maybe we can consider it. But if it's just a stop run to get some more orders short, then so be it. So yeah, this doesn't really count as displacement here, right? It's holding at that area. It hasn't really jacked up completely. Still being sold into. But we did take out sell side just now. So that's something to consider, is this sell side did just get taken out. This would be a high or low, high, lower low into a buy side imbalance, PD array. 5-minute chart, there is a mitigation block right here. So anybody that went long is getting a chance to sell out of their position here. There is a little volume imbalance here, but we busted straight through that, it looks like. Again, we are still in a pretty large consolidating area here. We're at the new week opening gap. There are equal relative lows down here that are very much so possible to trade down through. Currently, this is forming something like a bear flag. Bear flag here on the 1 minute. Bear flag on the 5 minute. Same on the 15. So I think people are going to see that and think it'll head lower potentially. But let's see. Let's see. Today's a tape reading day, Bentahar. Trading on a bank holiday is never high probability. So need to be very careful when you're trading. If you're thinking about trading on a bank holiday, things can definitely go greatly out of your expectations. So now we kind of just wait for news embargo at 8:30 a.m. Let's see what is going on here. Yeah, check something real quick. Okay, what do we got going on? So we see price continue downwards. There's really no major evidence that it's going to head higher. But there are relative equal lows sitting down here. And there are definitely places to go even further lower if it so chooses. But nothing about price right now, nothing's happening. You can see how low the volatility is, right? Oh man, you had chicken pox? My goodness. Sorry, man. Hopefully you heal from that quickly. Must be very itchy. Okay, so again, we're still in this little region here. There's no displacement, so there's no actual evidence that will head higher. We have relative equal lows, so the case could be made for us to go lower. We have relative equal highs, so the case could be made to take out the liquidity pool up there as well. So you can see it pretty clearly on the 5-minute. Equally as clear on the 15-minute. These are relative equal highs up here. So still believe that it's likely to eventually take out those relative equal highs. But again, nothing high probability now. It's in a little range here. It's going to probably take out both buys and sells, both sides equally. So there's some more sell side there. As you can see, pretty heavy to the sell side, right? So sell side continues to be taken out. Buy side does not. Motivation healing. Hi, any compulsive gamblers? Yikes. That is not motivational healing there. All right, so we're digging into that buy side imbalance there, obviously. And sell side continues to be taken, so just be careful, all right? Sell side, you certainly have movement to the sell side there. It does look like it's gonna maybe drop there real quick. And the Asia lows are next to be suspect, right? If it can trade down to there, then that's going to be where it's going to trade down to. Let's see. So far it's traded down into the 1-minute buy side imbalance. It's now gone pretty much all the way through. Where is the next sell side liquidity? It's this Asia low, right? That's the resting liquidity that we've got down there. And yeah, so we traded down to a 5-minute bullish order block. If we're going to respect that remains to be seen, but there's, we'll see if we trade to this bearish order block here on the 5-minute. And then how price reacts there will determine if we make a run for Asia's relative equal lows. So what is this low here? 16,958. So prices reached 16,958 right there. You would have to see price displace heavily above new week opening gap for you to feel comfortable taking a long here. Just as a forewarning. And if you don't see that, well, it's going to head to Asia's lows. So it rejected off of the top of that buy side imbalance. So let's see. If we start getting people squeezed out, then that would be a pretty rough squeeze, I would say. That'd be a pretty brutal squeeze if they do it. Because people can see that Asia's low. People can see those relative equal lows there. It's very obvious, right? But that was almost a 10-point move higher, right? So now, depending on how price trades here, if it's able to hold above the new week opening gap, then there's a chance that it begins its run for these relative equal highs up here. But it has to make it above and close above this short-term high, I would say. On the 1 minute, we've seen a close above this 1 minute candle here now. So now on the lower time frame, we do consider that to be a shift. It can retrace down to here, absolutely. And this new week opening gap is also a really strong level. So it can protect this range for the time being. For the next, I'd say, maybe 10, 11 minutes or so. So a lot of people were going short in that area because they wanted it to see us take out this relative equal low, right? Problem is if this keeps on squeezing, then we're starting to see, like, if we start to see the 5-minute squeeze above, so see how we traded above this price point here, this high of 16,964.50. Now this could be a stop run. This could be the next move, but we've seen 2 short-term highs get blown through, so leads me to believe that there's a chance that we'll end up at least aiming for the rest of this SIBI here, and then if we continue to get closures above, we'll end up aiming for this relative equal high here at 16,981 here. So we have a interesting range here. So this is a balanced price range, so we need to see how does price react here. Does it reject here? That could be a possibility. or does it continue higher as we have now failed to reach below Asia's lows, right? So were there any fair value gaps created? Yes, there were. One here, one here. But we do see a shift in structure. We saw us trade above a short-term high. And so now we need to see how does price trade at this new week opening gap high? Do we continue this run? Do we aim for these relative equal highs, this liquidity pool that's waiting up here? Because remember, there's liquidity, it's a pool of liquidity above these relative equal highs here. There's knowing shorts, willing shorts that are willingly market selling to get out of their stops, to basically buy stops, right? So if people are going to go short, they need to take out and provide liquidity for smart money to take this even shorter. So I do believe that we'll aim for this area first before you head lower in New York Open. That's my theory, at least. It would reverse into Asia low, Bentahar, 5-minute fair value gap. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Very, very possible. On the higher time frames, sell side's been taken, but buy side has not. On 15-minute time frame, we see sell side taken, but buy side has not. And we're very close to what could be a balanced price range here. So if we start to see price drop precipitously, then there's a good chance that it will respect this balanced price range here. So we've had price trade up, down, up, down, up, down. So if it trades back up through this, then that would be a pretty strong indication. But I am also noting that we did take out sell side liquidity here and here. 1, 2, 3. And we stopped short at this high of, what was this high? 16,951.25 here. So we stopped short of that at 16,951.50, right? Success for you. Good thing is London low is taken and the breaker on the 1 minute. Yes. Yes, that is true. So again, we need to see here what happens here. This is a balanced price range, so it's going to have some difficulty breaching this. If it's heading lower, then we should see it immediately reject from here, right? E-mini. So let's see. 1 minute market structure shift. So E-mini had a, yes, that's a good point. So thanks for putting that out. So IPTA trader pointed out that there's a, from 4 o'clock a.m. till now, there's a lower low on E-mini. From 4 o'clock till now, well, it's technically lower, but actually 6:30 probably would be better. This one to here, we have, on this side, we have a higher low here. So NASDAQ has, that's what I think IPTA trader, is that what you're pointing out, the 6:30 a.m. movement down, lower low on S&P, but higher low on NASDAQ? Again, it's going to have a tough time breaking through this balanced price range here, but I do see that SMT divergence as well. And that 750 to 810 macro did take out sell side liquidity within the context of that buy side imbalance. So let's see how price trades in this area first. If it can make it out of it, then we'll aim for these relative equal highs. Yep. Buy side liquidity is the draw. I have that as well. I think that it has to break through this area here, but that's only on the 1 minute chart. So let me remove this for now so we can get a greater picture. Let me remove these 1 minute time frames so we can get a greater picture about like where price is at, what's price doing. So so currently you can kind of see, yes, there's a sell side imbalance here. We need to make it through. And that is this sell side imbalance here that's not in a premium. It is in a discount still. But nevertheless, we can mark it. Has to make it up through this, right? And if it does make it up through this, it's going to treat this as an inversion fair value gap. If it doesn't make it through this, well, it'll probably head for Asia lows. But I do see that SMT divergence on the 1 minute IPTA trader or micro maker cell model. Two minutes till news open. So let's see. The reason why I like the buy side liquidity a little bit more is because there's previous day's high, 3 days ago's high. Oh, looks like we are potentially rejecting off of that. Let's see. Okay, so let's see if it's heading down to spike down to that 1 minute buy side imbalance there. Here. Tiny little fair value gap down here. Very, very small. Looks like it is rejecting off of that price range currently. So bullish order block here. We'll see if this holds here. This is kind of key. It's currently rejected off of that balance price range, that sell side imbalance here. And yes, 8:30 a.m. news embargo. About 33 seconds left. There is a lower buy side imbalance down here. There's actually two of them. There's one down here and here. So we'll mark this one out as a potential, and I'll also motion for this one to be considered. But we would prefer this one stay open. So let me instead make those black lines, I guess. All right, so we're seeing price continue lower off of rejecting off of this sell side imbalance here. So these structures here will be quite important if they are going to support at all. So this swing low to swing high. This buy side imbalance is just below the 50% movement of this swing here. We'll see if it gets down to there or not, but I would prefer it to not head all the way down to this one. I would prefer it to not do that if we will maintain this SMT divergence here. Oh, so looks like it is swinging a little more powerfully here. and blowing through all of those late shorts. So those late shorts are getting squeezed here. At this point here, it's likely to see a little spike above here because any shorts here are going to have market buys as stop losses. So that should see us jettison upwards a bit. So you see those stops, they just got hit. Obviously, next draw on liquidity is here at 748. This is the next draw on liquidity here. What is this level? Um, 16976.25. So watch out for those as well. Johnny, that SMT is just not a normal one, but a time SMT. Good point. That's, yeah. Are you talking about that being like an 830? Sorry, a 750 to 810 macro SMT, or is that a pre 8:30 a.m. SMT divergence? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, looks like we rejected from that SIBI again. So it's battling here. If we see it break below this short-term low here, though, that's going to be pretty bad for longs, I think. I mean break, like break, like displacement break. Let me do something here. Get rid of this first. Let me remove this for the time being. Get some of this out. Need to check something on the work side. It's interesting enough that we do see that this bullish order block seems to be holding for now. 6:30 a.m. to 8:10 macro. Okay, gotcha. That's what you were referring to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this macro is very. It was just a little bit outside of that macro there. So let me see how E-mini is doing. E-mini is kind of like, you know, moved into its little consolidation area. So there's a liquidity pool resting above here on E-mini, waiting to be taken. And then, of course, on E-mini as well. Let's see. So there's buy-side liquidity here on E-mini on the 15-minute. And then there's obviously some major buy-side liquidity up here. These are relative equal highs as well. Doesn't have to come up here, obviously, but these are relative equal highs to consider. In fact, this one would be even better because it's closer to this open here. But we'll keep this in mind first, right here. E-mini does have a few other areas of liquidity to consider up here as well. And then on the sell side, yeah, on the sell side, it's taken out some of its sell side liquidity here. As you can see, it's taken that out there and has new sell side liquidity waiting beneath there now. Let me see if E-mini has, it's kind of relative equal lows down here as well, so that could be potentially a new sell side target. Price should push as time SMT nature. Okay. Right now, price is consolidating in this area. It can't break above this balanced price range, or this sell side imbalance. So if it continues lower here, the lowest it can go without really continuing much, like drastically lower, I would say, is that buy side imbalance here. There is a little bit there's a little one down here, but if you're looking for price to take out buy side liquidity, you don't want it to trade down here, basically. That's close to new week opening gap low as well. So this is the one. Discount, BISI, don't want price to trade down here. Discount BISI. Okay. The shooter circle, 806 bullish breaker. What time frame are you looking at, shooter circle? You can check ES with YM SMT though. Let's see. Let me see if I have a duplicate of YM. Let's look at the 1 minute time frame for this one. If it ever loads for me, of course. All right, so here's YM. So 630. YM actually had 3 lows there. 3 lower, low. So yeah, this was kind of like YM's 1 minute from 6. I guess it would have been from 630. So roughly here. But either way, it had a lower low. And then, of course, E-mini S&P, lower low. And then NASDAQ behind us, higher low. So this is the last, like, I wouldn't want to see price head any lower than this. If it was going to aim for those higher highs. Like, I just don't see it. I don't see how it can head much lower without completely dropping. If it doesn't hold here, then that would be drastically bad for longs, in my opinion. But we do give it the grace to head down into this area here. Remember, we haven't seen short-term highs get respected here. We've only seen sell side be taken, right? So it's really starting to head down. It failed to take out that that area there, so there's a good chance it's going to head down to take out Asia's relative equal lows now. There is a volume imbalance down there. that it just picked up some more orders from. It's right down here. And it went immediately to that volume imbalance to pick up some orders here. Okay. 1 minute, 8:06, 8:06. So it's only yes, I think that's a valid potential breaker, and we did see it trade above and then back down to it and then head higher. The problem is there is so much structure here waiting for it to head lower that I don't think longs are gonna have a phenomenal time here. I mean, London traded higher than lower. It's hard for me to believe that either it's going to head lower and take out Asia's lows first and then head for the higher areas of liquidity, or it will, or it's going to not do that. Uh-oh, my rhythmic died. Why did my rhythmic die? I need to somehow get back on my rhythmic. Why did this disconnect? Okay, that was weird. Okay, so we note the volume imbalance we traded down to. Again, not very, very fun to see price retrace like that. No eating. Yeah, I know. I need to go eat breakfast before this happens. Try this again. It's so much fun being able to read price and watch price action, go. So there's another volume imbalance here. We traded to. On the upside this time. Traded to this volume imbalance this time. So do we hold there? Do we drop out from there? We shall see. We're still in the middle of the new week opening gap. So remember, we traded lower first, and then we started to trade higher for Asia and London, ultimately retracing quite a bit. And now we're in this little middle ground, waiting for New York Open. New week opening gap, trading the upper quadrant. Yes, that's true. Very true. So we want to see if it holds above this. We've seen upside delivery and now downwick through it. We need to see if we can hold here. And then really, again, this sell side imbalance balance price range is going to be a tricky one because it needs to bust through that if we have any shot at taking out these buy side liquidities up here, right? It will be very tough to hit these if we can't break above this balance price range. But We haven't uh, typically when you see stuff that's this low, like this exact 16946.50, 16946.50, typically when you see those will get run out, made jagged at some point. Scott H, first time here. Good to hear you talk about it. Oh yeah, welcome, Scott. Glad to have you here. All right, so we traded down into this volume imbalance. This was a discount array, right? If we look at this swing low to swing high, let me see if I can bring this out here. Maybe this will be easier to see slightly. Not really, but oh well. So we traded into a discount, optimal trade entry, fair value gap, 70.5% mark there. Traded to a bearish order block up here. So we see us immediately reject from that bearish order block. So remains to be seen if we can hold this or not. Let me remove this Fibonacci. So instantly sold off from there. So it would be really key to see what happens here, right? What's my breakfast? Bacon and eggs, I think. Relax with Pikachu. There was found an audience. Sorry, my wife's sending me some funny stuff. Yeah, bacon and quiche. My wife made a quiche. Do I leave the charts here? Maybe I'll go get the breakfast and bring it up. Let me check something on my work side first. Make sure we didn't miss anything crazy. Looks like all good. All good. So far, good, good. Nice. All right, so have it. Okay. Maybe if I leave, the price will break above that that sell side imbalance, you know. Maybe I'll try that. Let me step away from the charts. I'll be right back and get the oh no, my water. All right. All right, let's see what we got. We dropped a little bit. All right. It's almost time for my first morning meetings. So it doesn't look like we're headed higher. I mean, it's having a really tough time heading higher. I mean, we keep seeing sell side being taken, but buy side is not. So lots of buy side, even though it's building up. it does feel like price is gonna head lower. I need to see some sort of movement here, you know? No, I haven't eaten yet. I just lost a blueberry. Where'd that blueberry go? Oh, there it is. So, got some blueberries. Got some raspberries. Piece of bacon. And quiche. You can't really see it here, but yeah, got a quiche there. So price looks like price traded down to this buy side imbalance here. Took out a few late longs there. Went back, picked up some more orders around here. Okay. It's good to see. Looks good, Karen. Yeah, I guess we'll try it out. We'll see. That's pretty good. Okay, so something really important here. Whenever I've seen signatures like this, and they haven't taken out kilos, generally I've seen them lead to or be considered as potential changes in delivery. Given where we're at, still kind of inconclusive, but let's see. Forget what they call them back in retail. Something hairpin. I mean, obviously it's not working here, but so still trading within the midpoint of this new week opening gap here, and the sell side is still pretty heavy. Sorry, let me take a look at something here. Need to forward a meeting to one of my devs. Okay, sorry, I had to set up a call there. If the trader, whoa, yeah, got lucky. Okay. So again, price does seem pretty heavy here. I mean, it's so tough for me to be like, yes, we're gonna go up, right? When we have resting liquidity below Asia's range low, and it's been selling off, and we've been taking sell side liquidity predominantly. Mm. Remember, I don't want to see price head down to here. It can. I'd prefer it not to, obviously. But it's looking like it's likely going to. So as you can see, morning sessions of bank holidays, very not high probability trading. London session was okay. It was a clearer movement, but morning session New York Open, this has been a pretty difficult session to read, right? Very difficult to read. Dollar index is consolidating. Dollar's kind of hovering in that area. Let me see if dollar has any. Yeah, while dollar is in a premium area, you can still go higher. It traded down into almost a bullish order block and then failed and then traded higher on the hourly chart. On the 4-hour, dollar kind of wicked up above a rejection block. So I would expect it to head down to trade to the 102, 102.318-ish area. 102. Oh, this low is 102.313, so 102.310 level. I would prefer it to trade down there. Because that would allow us, on the 4-hour chart at least. Yeah, or 102.312, you know, around that, or 102.315 maybe on the dollar. That would be nice if it could trade down to there, but it's we'd have to see displacement lower for us to see that. So what I'm looking at on the dollar index is on the 4-hour chart. I see that we took out this rejection block here, and I would like a new 4-hour candle just started. I would like for us to trade down and towards this buy side imbalance, and then since we took out this rejection block here, I'd like for us to see us trade lower, aiming for this short-term low here around 102.315. That happens to be 102.315, happens to be a key level on the 15-minute chart. There's relative equal lows here, so that's something I'm looking at as well. Obviously, you see how price is still hovering around this new week opening gap area, and it's heavy to the sell side. Yeah, don't trade today. Today's a bank holiday. It's very difficult to trade today, very difficult to read. Price does seem like it is aiming for that downside for sure. So it bounced off of the new week opening gap low there. So that new week opening gap low has held a couple of times now. I find that to be a little bit interesting. Not enough, right? Not enough for me to feel confident that we'll support it, but I do find that to be quite interesting. So it traded up to a sell side imbalance and proceeded to head lower than the new week opening gap. And if we start to see a break below the new week opening gap, then, well, we have sell side that's waiting for us, and we know exactly where we're going to trade to. Meaning the relative equal lows on the Asia range. Now, if we are going to maintain that we will potentially aim for higher, if that is possible or still the case, then we need to see displacement higher. That's going to be kind of key, right? Without displacement, it's just going to keep going for sell side liquidity. And that's just the fact of it. So we need to, so it just took out sell side liquidity there. And I have a feeling it's going to end up heading lower still. So as you can see, we're closing in on Asia's lows. And we should take that sell side liquidity shortly here. So there's Asia's lows taken. And unfortunately, I have to go to tackle a few of my first meetings today. So I'm thinking that London has sold off, so there's a good chance that New York will follow suit. But keep in mind, just beware that we do have a lot of liquidity to be potential for price to react to, right? So just keep that in mind. If it does head lower, then there's this rejection block down here, followed by this short-term low down here as well. But it has gone quite a bit. Once it takes out a few of these areas of liquidity, though, again, we'll keep in mind that there's liquidity on the buy side waiting for us. Look for key points in time. Look for key sell side to be taken at New York Open. If it does, I would look to see if it sees signatures of movement higher, so displacement higher, above a short-term low. So that's your 2022 model, okay? So keep your eye out for that. I'm going to get ready for my meetings, and I'll be here throughout the day, just I won't be on camera. So today I'll be with you here. So I'm going to use the chat as well. So drop questions in the chat. I'll try to get to them as quickly as I can throughout the day. But yeah, hopefully you had a fun time reading price action here. I think right now we're at the top of a We're at the top of a weekly SIBI low, premium SIBI. Oh, we're at the bottom of a SIBI low. Yeah. So we can see some movement further down first, potentially, before we head higher, or we could just see movement lower. So we'll have to see. All right, good luck, everyone. Trade safe today. Remember, trades are done at 1 o'clock today. Okay, so make sure any orders are done by then, and that you get out, and then enjoy the rest of your day. You know, so we'll see you soon. Thank you, Karen. Good seeing you here. Hope to see you again soon. Have a great day. If any of you are working today, have a great day. If not, if you're trading, then have a good day trading. Okay, take care. See ya. Come in. I have a couple minutes.
Call too.
Okay.
Hug me.
Yeah.
It's a quiche.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Protein.
Yeah. What about you? You eat quiche?
I eat quiche. Mine's good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I won't go back to sleep.
Yeah. You can take an afternoon nap or something.
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Goodbye.
All right. Good luck today. Hey, good morning, good morning, Randy. Oh, what the heck? Hold on, let me fix my microphone. Give me a second. Let's see, there we go. Okay, can you hear me? All right. No, you're fine. Good. Oh, I'm not on video. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty standard. Didn't really do too much. Got some bubble teas and, you know, was able to, I guess, enjoy a little bit of a rest time. How about you? Oh yeah. Oh, whoops. I have a